Hello there. We're playing more Satisfactory today. Doing something pretty big, actually. So I've got the appropriate shirt. Which is the Kool-Aid Man rebuilding the brick wall that he just demolished. Yeah, we got some pretty big things going on here. Oh crap, I forgot to load up my... YouTube chat. Probably do that right now. There we go. I got my YouTube chat now. Let's get back in the game. So. What we are looking at right now is a few things. I am going to be doing... The factory must shrink. It will shrink. But I have to prep for it. So. The real grid I should be rebuilding on is this. That's the true global grid right there. So... And the thing is, I want to make absolutely sure that I have enough resources to rebuild everything quickly. I'm gonna prep before destroying all of this. Why is my computer lagging right now? Okay. Anyways, yes, I have things that I want to prep first. Make sure I have enough of every resource that I want. And that a lot of these resources are in dimensional depots already, but I'm also going to build myself a mall here. And I think the mall is going to be over here in front. So... I've been throwing a lot of stuff in the sinks as of late, which I probably shouldn't have, but it's okay. I can remake those things if I need to. So. Rotor stators reinforced and then all of these. Cool. My computer's really struggling right now. What is going on? Okay, I think I got this. So, what I am gonna do is I'm gonna build myself a mall here, like a kind of space, which is basically nothing but storage. But more importantly, auto-sorted storage. Kind of a big deal. Because that's the biggest problem I've had with malls, is I don't want to take the time to sort it all out. It's always, and because of that, it always becomes a mess. Okay. Over here, that's the real global grid right there. I'm gonna build on that. So, what I'm gonna be building here is just gonna be a whole bunch of storage. Well, I'm not sure which way it should face. Also, lower the music a bit. There we go. So, I'm gonna make it that way. So, the reason why I want to do that like this is, yeah, I want them all here. And then the other thing that's going to happen is that the, once I, you know, deconstruct this whole place, I'm going to have the train stations, all of them. The two that are over there, the two that are over there. I'm going to have all the train stations arrive above the mall so that they can feed their resources into it easily. Okay. So, now that I know where I'm going to rebuild from, going to be a few things to consider. Like even the hypertube stuff, I'm probably going to want to rebuild down there. A whole lot of the hypertubes that I have right now. Like, this building is kind of very much in a non-central place. And it's starting to become very annoying because of that. Okay. We're gonna go to the steel base because I need to go and fetch some stuff. That's the other step here, is making sure that everything that I'm producing off main base is at least getting fed into dimensional depots. So that I have at least some of those resources on hand. Because the worst thing that can happen here is me attempting to rebuild the base and not having the resources to do it. Which is what happened last time, really. I'm also going to want to redesign my blueprints for the roads and the railways. The idea of having a railway and a road on the same building block is still very appealing to me, but the design I had there sucked. It was terrible. So Good bit of rethinking to do here. That's just raw quartz. Okay. That's silica. I had silica kind of... I was starting to get stuff into dimensional depots from the train station itself. Problem is, I don't have enough Mercer spheres for everything. Okay. I'll grab like 3-4 stacks of that for now. Oh. Oh crap. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. My phone was ringing. So, there's that. Sorted mall, train stations feed the mall. Then we rebuild from there. That's really the big stuff here. So, I think that the Caterium ingots I should never even have taken the time to import here. But they're here now. Okay. So. I'll load the train here. And then I'm going to bring it back to the main base. So that a whole lot of the resources I have here are going to be on hand in the train. At least for now. Well, I might just have that railway here kind of Is that okay? The mall is down there, right down there. Like, could have kind of this railway just turn left at this point. I'm just gonna park the train right here. That's fine. It's just, you know what? I'll park it, but I'm not gonna dock it yet. Because the only thing, like, I just want these containers here as a buffer for stuff. So, dimensional depots, all of that can all go. I want to disconnect everything from those train stations. I had them mostly connected to sinks, just to try to empty them out. Kind of defeats the purpose of what I'm doing now, but I was just thinking of emptying out the buffers and not thinking of me needing those resources to rebuild the base. We'll just unload that. Should be a pretty view here. Yeah, look at that. Drop them in. The train designs in this game are so damn good. Go. Now I just drive that back to the other base. Do I need to drive? I'll drive it back to the other base when I need to. But I do want it to be out of the station, because once I decide to move the station, there we go, that's a good enough spot. Gonna go for that. So I have been building, well, working on a little thing that could be pretty similar to a mall design. Yeah, that line here is gonna go away. All of this. The only thing I am not touching is the Christmas factory. That's the only thing I'm not touching is that. Because I can't rebuild that because the Christmas event is over. Anything that's part of the Christmas factory, which is, I should probably paint in color accordingly. So that little building, that one, this one here, that one. I think that one too. I'll probably recolor as, you know, something Christmassy, just to keep it there. And I'll rebuild everything else kind of around it. And if I really want to restart it for some reason, I'll figure out the connections at that point. Maybe label the inputs. Although I didn't have to pull that much stuff from the main base for it, so it was mostly self-contained. Okay. So my little mall design is this. So if I plonk this, and it's made to have one and only one input. Okay, it's gonna have a single input, and basically it's gonna get fed into a series of smart splitters, which are then just gonna filter out the stuff. And then I'm gonna have some signage like that to label each container. Because this part here is you're probably gonna get sealed off once I'm done building it. So take those Mark 5s. And the other thing I want to do is that sometimes smart splitters can't really keep up with the influx of resources. So what I want to do is I want to have a conveyor merger in front. So want some conveyor stackable poles maybe, or it's going to be a ceiling stuff. Could be a ceiling mount. I am going to have to put a ceiling on this. If I'm making this like a proper self-contained building, all of these here are going to need to shift. That's 12 containers right there. Then I want a merger front. I'll have the entry point of the building be that merger. I need it. Well, I don't. Okay. I'm not gonna put the merger in there. At least not yet. I need to space these out a bit. If I want to line up outputs properly with conveyor walls, I might not be able to put 6 of them in a single blueprint. It's compact, but it's not very easy to build. I'll put 4 instead. That gives me no space at all. So I need to shift that. And have 4 of that like this. Been doing a lot of sneezing today. I'm not sure why. Allergies might be kicking in. Spring allergies, always fun. Worst friggin' time of the year. 4 smart splitters like that. It should be configured to overflow at center. And then basically whatever we feed it, it'll have 2 resources, basically. It'll sort out resources, 1 on each side. Then it's just going to be a matter of figuring out what I want to be where. Like that, and like that, and okay. It's a simple enough design, just I have to take the time to think it all out. Sure. The other thing I'm going to want to do is at the final piece of this, I'll want something like the very first piece of this, I'll want a merger in front. In the last piece of it, I'm gonna want an elevator for the overflow of whatever I haven't been able to sort yet, and then bring it back at the beginning. That'll be, yeah. So. Gonna be my mall sorter. Category is going to come down. It's first Mark V belt design. Ball Pop, hello there. Good morning. What am I doing? I am preparing to tear this whole place down and rebuild it. Because it's a mess. Basically, I've got train stations everywhere. I've got, like, a lot of my... I've been using blueprints, but my designs have not been great. And a lot of my stuff isn't... Like, there's conveyors all over the place. It's a mess. So, I'm trying to basically untangle that spaghetti. So, I am intent on tearing this whole place down and rebuilding it. But before doing that, I want to make sure I have enough resources to build it, and I want to make sure that my new build is going to be better. So, what I intend to do... Because, like, this thing... You need any tips? I think I'll be fine, honestly. It's really just... I hadn't played this game in so long when I started this build that there's some really basic stuff that I had forgotten about that I remembered now, and I'm kind of pissed off that I didn't. Such as the global grid. Global grid is that, down there. I'm going to be rebuilding from that. And basically, I'm going to have a mall down there. And all of the train stations that I have, I got 4 of them, are going to be arriving kind of above it to feed the mall with the resources I'm getting from the other bases. Hello, Chow. Morning. And after that, once I have that, I'm going to rebuild out from here. So the only thing I'm not going to be destroying is the Christmas factory because the event is over and I'm not going to be able to rebuild that. Yeah, I might actually... No, I can't even... Because usually if I do that, I could grab the whole blueprint. What does this produce? This? That's the special Christmas event. It was during the holidays this year. This makes gifts and decorations and things, like basically all of the decorations for that giant tree over there. And the ultimate build was the star on top, which was ludicrously expensive. Took me about 8 hours to build the whole thing. The whole factory. This is my basic resource factory. So, that blue building over here, like, I've got, like, all my iron processing factory kind of here. So, I've got screws on the top floor, rods on this floor, iron plates, smelters are all the way there. I've got concrete on that little kind of floating island over there. Over here, I've got the reinforced frames. These are like motors and stators and rotors. All getting built in these assembly machines in that section here. This is kind of... This is a failed mega factory, basically. Which I intend to turn into a proper mega factory. Like even the space elevator stuff, like that was for like phase 3, I think, those engines. They're made here. I've got trains shipping back. Do you use the Satisfactory Planning application? I haven't. I probably should. But right now I am mostly just making sure that once I burn this thing to the ground that I have enough resources to rebuild it. And I've done a lot of blueprint work. Because the other blueprints that I had before were bad. They sucked. And so I've now made a whole bunch of mini factories, like that building back there. Which then I'm going to be at the point where all I'm going to have to really balance are these different buildings for each of the resources. And the machines are like pre-assigned to stuff. I know that with the blueprint work I've done, I'm going to be able to rebuild this place fairly quickly. But Olpop, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that, my friend. But yeah, so there's a whole lot going on here that I am going to want to either get rid of or rebuild. Like over there, that's my explosives factory all the way here. Because the sulfur mine is down there on the ground. But I'm actually at the point where I'm gonna need to be using sulfur for a lot more than just explosives. And this is not a good place for it. I'm gonna want to move it probably closer to the center. And yeah, the other big thing is I'm gonna want to have all of the trains basically arrive kind of below where I'm floating right here. Have the mall down there with all the resources I need. Have the Hypertube hub attached to that mall. Because if I'm coming back here, usually it's going to be just to grab more resources, at least for now. Because after this, it's going to be a matter of going back to the aluminum base all the way back there and building that back up. Well, not back up. It's already built. It's just I need to keep building it, make it bigger. So yeah, that's kind of, which is why the stream is titled this way. It's not I'm not rebuilding today. I'm prepping to rebuild. Okay, so I want my mall sorter. Be like that. I want it to be centered on one of the tiles so that I can then self-contain this thing. Should get a good production of the space elevator parts to be ready for the thermal propulsion rocket. Yeah, this is kind of why I'm considering a rebuild right now, because I don't have a whole lot of space elevator parts right now. I'm making a decent amount, but not, I don't think I'm making enough, and I don't think the way I'm making them is optimized at all. So okay, so now I'm gonna have like this. That last container is off center in my blueprint. It is just slightly off center. Just enough to piss me off. How does a mall sort of work? Okay, so I'll just rebuild this and then I'll show you. That's not lined up either. God damn it. There. So the way I can sort out stuff, basically the way I want to have, I want to be able to have resources coming in one way and getting auto sorted into boxes. And the way I do that is by using smart splitters. So each of these boxes is going to contain one particular resource, which why I have the signage here, kind of label it. All you've got to do is set up your smart splitters in a way where you have a specific resource going to the left, a specific resource going to the right. So into each of these boxes, they're going to get filtered out, and then you get the overflow going straight. And you do that for all of the layers until you get, well, enough containers that all of your stuff is sorted out. At the very end of the mall, whatever does not, you know, if the containers are full, let's say, then the very end of this line of smart splitters goes into a sink so it doesn't clog up the place. And then you have basically a full container of each of the resources that you need at your disposal, labeled and auto-sorted. You just have to feed it from this end. It's capped to my belt speed, but at this point, I've got a belt speed. I've got Mark 5 belts. So, yes, it is capped to your belt speed up to a point. But at the same time, I'm not too concerned. Mostly because as long as you put like the most basic resources very early in your mall, like, you know, iron plates, rods, screws, concrete, the copper stuff, you know, copper wire, cables and things. As long as you put those early, then a lot of them are just going to bypass the whole line and get thrown straight into a sink. So yeah, if I was still down to like Mark 1s or Mark 2s, I probably wouldn't do it this way. And even then, like, you could still kind of section this off. Have, I don't know, all of the basic iron products come in on one of these little sorters, and have another sorter beside it going. Should put another layer on smart splitters. Yeah, I could actually do that. So let's say if I do something like this. Because I'm using industrial storages. So this is, I would have to configure both of these splitters at once every time. But in theory, that allows me to sort stuff twice as fast. Well, not in theory. In practice, it allows me to sort stuff twice as fast. So the only thing I gotta do here is kind of copy that. Paste it there. that is probably going to become like a self-contained building at some point. Like use only the down one for half. I mean, yeah, that's another option. The problem is, okay. Lolpop, the problem is I want this to be truly auto-sorting. I don't want to have to figure out what to plug where. I just want to throw it in and it gets sorted. So I'd rather do it this way, where everything can come in and just get split in two. Like over here would basically just be like just a normal conveyor splitter. Like that. And that's my input there. The other thing I could do... Yeah, no, I think that's how I'm gonna do this. But even then, that's still... I'm still limited to, like, basically... If I do that, I'm limited to a single Mark V. So I'd have to have 2 entry points. I'll keep it like this for now, I think. That'll do. Go. Clear that. Grab my stuff from here. So. And what I'm going to be doing now, yeah, is I'm going to be building this mall. And after that, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be kind of bringing in every resource type I'm making here. And I'm going to fill up this mall completely. As full as I can make it of every resource I have. Once I have that, I'll be comfortable having enough resources to rebuild the whole base. This is why I'm starting with this. So, mall first. Fill it up. Then we destroy everything. And then the first thing we're going to rebuild are going to be the train stations. So the train stations are going to move to all kind of line up over here, below where I'm currently floating. And then all of these train stations, one of the 2 outputs that these train stations have for each of the freight cars is going to go down and feed into the mall. Actually, no. It's probably going to be, again, I'm going to put smart splitters in front. So, let me show you. Let me show you how I'm thinking here. So, just going to go over here. Because each of the freight cars have 2 inputs and 2 outputs. Like this. Okay? So, what I'm going to do is, in front of this... In front of the first output is going to be a smart splitter, like that. And then I'm going to have whatever direction I need the stuff to go for the factory itself is going to be any. And then the overflow I'm going to send over to the mall. So if I do that, let's say, that left side would be going to the mall. That would feed the rest of the factory. Prioritizing the factory before the mall. Because especially if the overflow to the mall goes right into a sink, if I'm prioritizing the mall, then I'm going to be wasting a ton of resources. So I want to prioritize the base. Overflow goes to the mall. and the overflow of the mall goes into a sink. That makes sense to me. Alright. So let's start setting this thing up. And now the other important thing that I have here okay, I don't know how much I need of this, so I'm gonna put like a bunch.
Hello there.
Hello there. I see you found the point, Redeems. Why do you say oops? General Kenobi, why do you say oops? You shouldn't be saying oops. That was fortuitous and amazing. You did get bonked by Chow though, because of that. Unless I was the one getting bonked. Okay, so this is kind of my first draft of a mall here.
Hello there. Hello there.
Ah. Redeeming stretches and hydrates and bonks and yes, and hello there's. Okay. So. Wow. Wow. Okay. So I think I'm gonna start over here. Like, I have no idea how long I want this thing to be, or how big I want this thing to be. It's just, this is the start. And I'll turn this into a building eventually, but this is very much kind of, oh no, you didn't start that. T'Chao's very good at starting stuff by herself. Like, she's quite... So, this is very much the spine of the new mall building. It kind of looks like a spine too. So, let's start figuring out what I want here. Oh god, rip. So, okay, I'm gonna have iron plates in the first one. I'm gonna have iron rods on the second one. Basic stuff. And save. Bam. Select icon. Okay. Next, I'm gonna have screws. Yep. On the other side, I'm gonna have like the basic copper resources. So, wire. Wow.
That you asked me. Hey Sam, can I call you Sam? Can you tell my husband about the Javan slow lords? He doesn't need to know anymore though, Ken. Listen up, your husband's got to know just one thing about the Javan slow lords. It's a primate with a mean bite. That's right, the little fella's got venomous glands, so it ain't to be messed with. Now that's all he needs to know, and we're done here. Got it.
Thank you, Sam Jackson. Thank you very much, Sam Jackson. I appreciate you for the help. Okay, so I'm gonna have concrete in this one. Alright. And now I just kind of sort this out. So wire and iron plates. There you go. And for that, I'll just copy that, paste that down here. Fantastic. Then I have cables and iron rods. That here. Gonna be copper sheets and screws, I think. Yes. Completely right. There are shorthands, set it in friggin' shortcuts for this. Concrete, and I don't think I've set this one up yet. Okay. So, I think over here we're gonna have, we're on vacation. I did miss you, T'Chow. I did miss you. I hope your vacation went great. So what should I be putting here? So, let me think for a second of what I am. It was fun. There was snow. Snow is great. Yes. We're starting to think here about like the okay. Just gonna plop down like a constructor here just to see what kind of stuff. Crystal was mad. Tried Lethal Company though. Lethal Company looks fun, but I don't have it, and I mean I will have it at some point. It's just I'm not in any hurry. Quartz crystal and silica should probably be on this side, so let's do that right away. Although those, I mean the quartz crystal and the silica are getting made in another base. So it's not that I don't need to store them here right away. Same for the quick wire. Although I will need space for those at some point. So I might as well do it right now. I'm going to do quartz crystal here. Silica here. Okay. Then on the other side, I have concrete there. That's going to be quick wire. You're using my sister's manufacturing. I mean, it's quartz crystal. I use it for those little screens and billboards and things. Okay, so quartz. What other games do I play? As of right now, I've been playing a lot of BattleTech. I've also been playing, tomorrow I'll be playing BattleTech, and then on Thursdays, I usually play the original Breath of Fire. For the SNES, I have a retro games day, which is usually my Thursday. And then on Fridays, I play Pacific Drive right now, which is a ton of fun. Oh crap, I pasted instead of copying. Concrete, quartz, crystal. Right there. Copy that. Okay, and here that's going to be quick wire and do you play or plan to play Terraria Calamity? I haven't really planned to play. I haven't played Terraria in years and years and years and years. I might get back to it at some point. But it's definitely not going to be before I finish this. I finish this playthrough. It's going to be the kind of thing where I'm going to try to finish Satisfactory before I get back into another huge sandbox building game. So, yeah, Silica and Quickwire. Okay. Okay, so what do we have next? Steel beams, steel pipes, iron pipes, aluminum. Those are all getting made in other bases. I have secondary bases for those, so I don't care about that. Same for the reanimated Sam, although... no, if I truly want a mole... yeah, I'm not going to need to fill these, but I should still have space for that. So... and then I need the rebars as well for my ammunition stuff. Okay. So let's have my ammo all on one side, I think. That's silica, that's not... so, I'll have that. Blue rebar, purple rebar. I'm not even making any red rebar yet. It didn't save, god damn it. I keep forgetting I have to click the select icon button. You gotta go. Alright, cool. I'm glad you showed up. I hope you have a great day. And I'm sorry if I disappointed you by not saying that I'm going to play Terraria right away. See ya. Alright, so... and over here... I think it's going to be the steel stuff. So... do steel beams. Steel pipes. Encased beams. Okay. So iron rebar and steel beams. That's the blue rebar and steel pipes, I'm guessing. Yep. Then I got purple rebar and encased beams. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Shatter rebar, there we go. Finally have the red rebar and something else. That's the explosive rebar. Oh, explosives. Yes, Nobelisks. That should be in there. So I need the booms to get in here. I don't think I'm going to be making all of the Novelist types, though. I don't think I need them. But and now the other thing I'm seeing is I might run out of space. So the other thing I'm going to be doing, I think, is I'm going to turn this around. Basically, I'm going to have another layer of these, but going that way, with the big conveyor, central conveyor, kind of just making a loop around here. I'm gonna have to whip out the chainsaw too. Some wanton deforestation is gonna be needed here. There we go. Already made a bit of room here. So now what I'm gonna do is just more of this. There we go. Go. Go back to my coffee mug, as it should be. This now. Put out that way. Well, now if I want to have something like that, but going the other way. Now I can. You have Pepto-Bismol. Wow. Yeah. She was curious because you had it. So it was like nah, mine. So now I'll be able to just kind of, once I have, well, I'm gonna have to go get back some resources to build this thing, but I can now keep building them all, kind of going that way. And just build another layer of that, and kind of keep zigzagging it if I need to. I'm gonna need a lot of steel pipes for that. Luckily, my steel pipes are not getting made. They're not getting made here. Although I have some in the train station, I'm pretty sure. I'll probably grab some from the train stations. I'll just have to remember which is which. It's that one. It's the first one. Literally the first one. Alright. Throw that in there. And grab a couple stacks for myself. There we go. Now it's uploading in the Dimensional Depot. Great. Things with things normal catwalk, like chicken. Yes. I mean, any tasty food to begin with. Do I have another? Yeah, I don't have another 4 here, so. If I want my mall sorter to go that way. Go. I've got even more stuff. More room for more stuff. Just valid shape. So I'm actually gonna have to. Go, and then that goes to here. Whoa! That's the thing about structures that are not fully built yet. I tend to yeet myself off of them a lot. Which is a problem. And now I'm gonna have this giant alley in the middle here of stuff, and then 2 side alleys of more stuff. What I do is plug in the different blueprints together. There we go. And now I got more room. Okay. I don't think I'm ever going to be using other forms of Nobelisks. The basic ones are pretty damn good for most of what I need. Okay, I think on the other side here, I'm gonna want some like petroleum related products. So plastic, rubber, fabric. Fuel. Packaged fuel, and I think I'm gonna have on this side I'm gonna have solid fuel for the biomass generators. I have an assembler here just to figure out the recipes here. Seem to be keeping the side here for mostly black powder, maybe? I'm not sure what I'm gonna put in this one. I'm gonna keep it as a spare for now. So in here, I'm gonna have like reinforced iron plates, modular frames, circuit boards. Actually, no, I'll do the motors and rotors and stators. All of the space elevator stuff, I think I'm going to put on one side only. Like, I'll keep that side here for all the space elevator pieces. So... have smart plating here. Versatile frameworks. Auto wiring. Rector assembly system. Go and plop down give myself a bit more room here for the manufacturer that I want to check out. Heavy modular frames. I'm definitely going to want those in the middle here. Might put that in the side, in that side here, actually. Once I'm done labeling all of this, I still have to set up the frickin' splitters, but I'd rather put that work up front to sort it all out. And then have everything at my disposal quicker. Okay. Modular engines. Adaptive control units. Still need all of these. Like, I make computers, but basically nothing else out of all this. So those are going to be fun. Still have a whole bunch of hard drives I should scan and figure out, but if I'm keeping this side for the I think that's about as good as I'm gonna get for now. At least with this side. And when it comes to other parts here, on this side we're gonna have like electronics and computer stuff. So, computers, supercomputer, oscillators, RCUs. Circuit boards and AI limiters I also don't have. Wow, yeah, I'm gonna need this thing to be even quite a lot bigger than I've made it already. Circuit boards. AI limiters. SAM fluctuators. That's basically, apart from the space elevator section here, that's this mall full. That little Ethereum node is actually in the way. So that one I'm probably going to raise through the ceiling. The other one I'm going to bring under. Just so I still have some room to walk in here. You know, I'll obviously need some signage, but this is proper scale. Okay. Now I have to see where I was at when it comes to setting up the sorters. Okay, that one. So red rebar and plastic. How's it named? Don't even have access to it yet. Okay. Might not want to do red rebar. I am eventually going to build it, though. Just, I can't set it yet. Nobelisks and rubber. What else have I got? Those are heavy frames. Fabric. There we go. Solid fuel and encased fuel, I think. Yep, that's all the fuel. Package fuel. Package fuel. Solid fuel. Go. Now the other big advantage that I'm going to have over here whenever I need to have a lot of resources, basically, I can just plug any of those into I can just plop down a dimensional depot, plug that onto it, and let that upload. Okay, so that's that row sorted out. Reinforced plates. Smart plating. Go. What next? Modular frames and versatile framework. Adaptive wiring and rotors. Assembly director system. Do I even have... Yeah, I have access to that. Cool. And what's the other side? Daters. Modular engines and motors. adaptive control ACUs and computers. Go. There's supercomputers. That one's not marked yet. Oscillators. Little oscillators, there we go. If I need this to get even bigger, I'm just gonna keep zigzagging it this way, really. So that way I have kind of a big entry hallway. Well, not big entry hallway, but I'll be able to have like a hallway here. That is probably, once I design a building around this, these are probably going to move to somewhere else. And yeah. So here's what I'm going to stick that container there as just the empty my pockets container. This is what I'm going to throw into the sorter, really. Those are RCUs. Circuit boards. AI limiters. That's not, no. Those are SAM, name of it. SAM fluctuators, that's the one. Okay. I've got this space here for more stuff. I could build more if I need to, but I think I can get started with this. Right now, if I want to, let's say, empty out my pockets a bit. Beams and frames and rods and all of that, and quick wire and crystals and concrete, plastic and motors and silica and yeah, all of that. Look at that! And it's all getting sorted out to where I want it to go. The plastic goes there. Those ACUs go all the way around until they find the right place. Ah, the aluminum casings. I don't have a spot for aluminum casings. Okay. I think I'm going to throw them at the end here. There we go. It's still there's still stuff flowing in there, so it's all getting sorted out. So right now, I don't want to plug the end into a sink just yet. Because I do want it to fail. Just to see what resources I haven't sorted out yet. Still have, what, 4 or 5 containers here that don't have anything assigned to them if I need to. I feel like the background of these should be black rather than orange. It's gonna take forever to change, though. Yeah, that's actually better. Okay, so with these at least, I'm gonna have to sort out the signage here, but then I'm gonna go update the blueprint. I wish I could just copy the color scheme rather than anything else. A lot easier to see this way, so maybe at some point I'll try to color code them depending on what's in there, but that is not something I want to try to figure out just yet. Not that either. Yeah, it's a lot easier to see this way. Oh, this. Go. One more row after this. Then I'm gonna go fix the blueprint. But the signs color scheme actually is making sense. I get back to it. Go. 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 That's the signage all up to date everywhere. Let's go and sort out the blueprint. What is going on here? Okay. Wondering, what the hell? Copy these. Paste it there. There you go. That's what I want. Go. Well, now I think it's going to be a matter of starting to feed in, starting to fill up this place, really. So, I mean, the first things I could throw in are these ACUs. Make sure to fill that in. There's like a whole bunch of stuff here. Frames and cables and automated wirings and computers and heavy modular frames. I know all of these can get thrown into the mall right away. So go. throw these in there. That would go out and get stored in pretty quickly. Actually, I want that to get split up. I have another... If anything gets... Okay. Anything that does get stuck at the end here kind of has to go into a sink, though. Let's sort that out right away. Go. So once these are sorted out, I'm gonna have to kind of do it step by step here. Feed everything in there. Right now, the mining machines are stopped, so right now I'm just emptying the buffers, and then I'll see what I need to make sure this mall is completely full. Because even like the trains are also stopped, and these shipments that I was getting from trains is stopped. There you go. I'll go out and get sorted. Keeping an eye to see what might get through to the end here. While that is going on, I'm actually going to go back around. And I'm going to go and restart the mining machines here. All of them. I might have to restart the train shipments as well, but for now I want to sort out what I'm making in this space first. And then I'll sort out everything else. all clad. Mark 5s. Alright, so now these are mostly empty. I'm gonna let them refill. That'll give me the resources to build this. An entry point. Hold on. We're going away from here. Go, just gonna a whole bunch of ACUs in there. Those sorted out. Manufacturer machines are gonna restart here. Wish I could have like a quick indicator of how full a container is without having to check it, but that's a pipe dream at that point. Okay. Now these are mostly kind of, well, not mostly, kind of sorted out. The next step, I think, is going to be some of these guys here. Just gonna dismantle them by hand and throw them in the container by hand, just to go get auto sorted. All of this stators and these and Alclads I didn't mark. I didn't make a container for the Alclad sheets. Yeah, they're going straight in the sink. So that I need to sort out. Alclad. Put it here. Go. Okay. Got some of that sorted out. Yeah, as you can see, like, these are very slow. This is part of why I want to rebuild some of these factories here. Like even the iron rods here are incredibly slow. All of those. Like these are all Mark 1, Mark 2 belts all over this place. Not great. Okay. ACUs, I got motors here. The ACUs are maybe were getting thrown in. Just giving this thing time to make more. Modular engines, yeah, okay. I think I should be a little bit more methodical here, my approach. I think I should start from the beginning. Iron plates, iron rods, screws. I'll just basically redirect all of that. Okay. So these two iron plate lines are just going into a dimensional depot. So these two I should redirect, merge together, redirect them to go to the mall.
Hello there.
Hello there. Wifey! Good morning to you. Hope everything's going well. And there you go. Okay. Now we're filling up this thing with iron plates, as it should. Once it's full and starts to overflow, it's going to show up to here. And every single one of the resources that I want in there, I'm just going to be able to throw in here. Should get sorted out in this big old spine that I have in here. One resource per container, with room to add more if I need to. So we are, because I'm about to bring, like, not about, but I am preparing to build this whole, to deconstruct this whole base. This whole thing is going to go straight to the ground. But for that, I need to make sure I have at least a good amount of the resources that this factory can make, so that I don't run out while I rebuild the base. So I've got these. Okay. Next step is going to be, I believe these are iron, no, or ingots, iron rods right here. Those I can actually also bring out. There we go. That'll do. These are very slowly kind of trickling in, though. Because it's the overflow from that factory here. Yeah, a lot of these factories are very, 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 very slow. So I am going to have to be a little bit patient. And a lot of these are actually rebuilding stuff that I've destroyed before. Because I didn't think of building a giant storage area before destroying a bunch of stuff. So no, I kind of have to rebuild the stuff that I need. So that's going to take a minute. Splitter. Wait, hold on. Splitter. Reinforced plates are getting made here. Okay. Means that also get in there. The encased industrial beams are very slowly getting uploaded here, but there we go. That's filling up nicely. Yeah, and the goal of this whole structure here is really just for me to be able to throw everything in that container here and it all gets sorted out into various labeled storages. It's going to become kind of my big, I gotta call it a mall, basically, so that whatever I need to grab, I just get in here, find the right container, grab it. It gives me basically all of my resources in one place. Go, and now we can get sorted in there. Very, very good. Okay. Well, that's going to be running for a while. Because these are not producing at an incredible rate. They're not very fast. Those I can actually just merge in there as well. This is why I wanted an auto sorting facility. We could just have a couple of lines going to it and then just merge whatever I need into it. Just throw everything in there. Any to the right. Oh, center. There we go. Yeah. Not that. So once I start seeing stuff on this belt here, if there's stuff on this belt here, that means either the containers are full or I've plugged in something that, I haven't planned for in my sorting facility. Luckily, I've got like a couple more. I got three more spare containers. Four. Yeah, I got 4 more spare containers that that are not currently getting used. If I find resources that I forgot to sort out, I could just use these 4 or keep building more over here. But right now, what matters is, yeah, just plug everything into these conveyors here. Just have... That gave me a nice little speed boost. There we go. All of that goes in there. Boom. That was a faff to get going, this thing, but I am quite happy with it now. Now it's really just a matter of, well, throwing everything into it. So even like those stators, those motors, like all of that here is that's a splitter. Yeah. Yeah, so all of that's in here. I should probably just merge all of that, and rather than throw them in a dimensional depot, splits into here, merges into there. So that line I will hydrate. Yes, very good idea. Thank you. Didn't realize it. There we go. I tend to hyper focus sometimes, so there we go. I wasn't even looking at chat for a while. I'm not even gonna lie. What I'm doing here is like a massive undertaking when all is said and done. Like, I am really thinking motors. Mr. Ravens has to remind you to look at chat. Yep, sounds about right. It is quite a pretty sight. Hello. I cannot pronounce your name, whoever showed up in YouTube chat. I'm very sorry about that. I do have trains. They're currently not running, though, because I am in the process of emptying out this base to rebuild it. But I do have trains. I got one part right there. I got 2 big train stations right here and 2 more over there. And if you're really interested in the trains, while this is actually, those lines are getting emptied out, I could show you a little something. So I'm going to go into this tube over here. We're going to go to Coal Power 2. So those 2 train stations over here go actually merge together and go that way. So I hop onto this tube, and they merge into a third one too. Like 3 trains end up using this line. 3 or 4 trains end up using this line. The line that we're gonna join up to right up the hill over here. So you can see junction here, then we go that way. I am looking to rework some of my train infrastructure though. Specifically around the main base. I want all of the stations to be grouped up together so that I have better access to those resources and can sort them out a bit easier. Once we get in here, those 3 trains are basically kind of splitting up So one of them goes and gets some coal from here. Another, and the other two are able to go on to the next base that is all the way out there. You can kind of see it out there in the distance. And I got another kind of runoff track here so that they don't run into each other. If one of them's coming this way, it can stop here while the other just goes around. Gotta hop out. Ale and Tail Tavern. Alright, well, have fun. Thank you very much for showing up and hanging out today, Wifey. I always appreciate any time you decide to give me. I will always be very, very, very grateful for. And so if I keep going to the aluminum base, which is the next base. Got a train parked right here. Again, I've stopped the trains, so that I could rebuild the main base. You can see over there, I have kind of a... You see a little building in the distance that I've made. That's a quartz mine. Which is just... The only purpose of this thing is to pump out silica at a ridiculous rate. I could see it back there. I got 3 more train stations here. These 2 go to the main base, so 2 of the stations that we disabled. That one is the white train that we saw parked on the rails over there. And that one goes to yet another base that is all the way out here. So yeah, train-wise, I have a lot going on. My hub is over here too. I'm probably should look at rebuilding that. So the one thing I'm going to do here is, because this train usually goes to main base. Yes, it does. No, it goes to quartz mine. And then it goes to main base. So what I'm going to do is, I am going to make a full run of this. Just to have more resources to load back into the storage area. So I'm going to dock here, grab everything I can grab. Unlock a bunch of silica here. Self-driving on. It's gonna go back to main base alum east. We're going back to the main base with a couple of wagons full of stuff. Be able to get around the white train that's parked there, because we got to run off track over there. We'll just go. We're gonna bypass this station here. Basically, when it comes to trains, the only thing I really do is every station that I need to have, I try to have a way to bypass the station. Actually, two ways to bypass the station going each way. So that way trains don't run into each other and nothing prevents them from going to the station they need to go. That one goes right here, and it's going to unload into this station here. Once it starts docking, I will disable. There you go. Disable self-driving. I just want the resources from these trains. It's going to be probably something like, I'm guessing silica and then alclad and aluminum casings. Yes. Which I am going to want to bring down to that storage facility. Both of these. Now I'll make sure I have a decent amount in a dimensional depot. There we go, they'll just upload. Takes a bit, but just let the alclad flow in instead. My casings are already full, and the alclad I'm already using for belts, for conveyor belts. So I'm going to want quite a lot of that. Letting that fill in here, and once it's full in here, I'm going to grab all I can. Everything I could carry, really. And I'm going to bring that down to storage. I think the alclad is here. Yeah. I'm actually gonna plug in a dimensional depot from it, just to make sure we always have alclad in the stockpile here, so I can keep building conveyors. That's what I need for Mark V conveyors. So. Mark IVs are decently fast. They're not bad, but... There we go. Now these are actually starting to sort themselves out. smart splitter. Overflow to the right. That in there. Same thing here. Overflow to the right. All of that. Plonk that in there. Like, I don't care about merging everything in the same belt because it's gonna get sorted out back here. That's the beauty of this system. I just need to plug everything in there and it'll just get sorted. All of these and that can all go. Are we full on iron plates? We're not. Not sure why it bypassed, but sure. Grand total of like 2 iron plates in the conveyor here. Not sure why they're there, but maybe the smart splitters got overwhelmed. Now that I have that, probably try to have a line of because right now the Alclad I've fed it by hand. I brought it by hand, which not great. I'd rather have a conveyor doing that. Yeah, that station's way out there though. I mean, this thing goes all the way to the storage. Like, I don't care if it's spaghetti now. I'm gonna demolish all of it sooner than later. So train is up there, isn't it? Okay. Not that. That can go. I think what I'm gonna do is this train I'm actually gonna restart running regularly. I'm gonna restart running regularly. I'm gonna restart the aluminum production, thanks to that train. Then I'm gonna want these two merge in here. Like that. So now the casings are also getting to the facility. Basically everything from this train I could just throw in there. I'm also starting to think that the other train I should restart is the one I've parked up there, the white train that is currently kind of in the middle of the rails. Because to make more aluminum casings in Alclad, I need those to be... Wrong one. I should not have taken that tube. Let's just turn around and... go ahead and restart. That train is parked right up there. Top of that climb. So... there we go. Oh, you're stuck there. Oh, because it's trying to go the same way as the white train. Okay. If I start you up. Then you're going to keep going. Fine. There you go. Now I'm gonna ride on you. I'm gonna stop here until the other train gets to its station, and then it's gonna go. It's actually faster to ride those trains than a lot of the hypertubes and stuff. Although this particular train is going to make a bit of a detour. It's going to go to that other building over there, which I am quite keen to show off, so I'm fine with that. The green train that's over there currently does nothing, so that one I could keep stopped for now. It was just mostly there to test out the signals and stuff. Go, loading up. On aluminum related stuff. And then it's gonna go load up on silica over there. Because it needs to basically ship silica from here to the base we were just at. So I've just added that stop to the... I'm quite happy with the look of this little building though. I think it's quite pretty. There we go. Now it's going to load the back 2 freight cars. Very nice. Then we go back to the aluminum station we were just at. That one over there. Unload these 2. Because that's coal and silica, I think. Yeah. So it's only gonna be like the purple, yeah, the purple freight car, the second one. I mean, the third one we could from the locomotive I'm currently riding on. That one's gonna get unloaded here. The coal one we unload back at main base. Alright, I'm trying to grab a bit more resources here. Seems like my my first freight car wasn't completely full, so... And now we go. Yeah, like even this whole base down there and everything here is not even... That's not on the world grid. Like, none of it is on the world grid, which is very, very annoying. Although the secondary bases, I might rebuild at some point. I don't think I need to, but... That one down there is just coal power. That one I don't think it's destined to grow any more than it has already, so... I don't think I'm ever going to make that base bigger or touch it again. It just... Mines coal, generates power from it, that's it. A big old battery, really. So we're gonna go to the right station. And the left station here is for the green train that I showed you before. That currently does nothing, but okay. Back on. That one should be. Yeah, it's unloading. That's going to be full of coal. Which is going to get shipped. It's getting shipped all the way back there. We'll have more alclad here, more casings. All of that I am shipping out. My storage facility back there. So fastest things I'm going to be able to fill up in that storage facility is going to be whatever comes from the trains. Not seeing any overflow yet, so so all of that. None of it is overflowing yet. Oh, a little bit of plastic got through. Or was it an alclad? Alclad aluminum sheets. Is this container actually full? Casing. No, absolutely not. It's not nowhere near full. Sometimes the smart splitters just kind of overload, I think. Get rid of those real quick. Aluminum casings now. That's starting to get nice and full, and also the dimensional depot uploader for it is working very hard. I'm gonna want another dimensional depot for casings. I might want to reactivate the steel train station. I think this whole kind of iron rod line here is not able to ship a whole lot. So I think I'm going to get rid of it. Throw that away. Throw that away. and throw that away. And then this line here, I think, there's a train station. So it's basically everything that's in here I want kind of merge in. And even those. Okay. So that train I might want to reactivate as well for the plastic and the words. Come on. Plastic, rubber, fabric, all of that. That dimensional depot, that whole line here, I think I can get rid of. Okay. So let's say I have a merger. Going that way. That's not going anywhere. There you go. This one, that's plastic. That one's also not going anywhere, so I can totally just redirect that. That line's not going anywhere. That manufacturer is just making, that's making SAM fluctuators. This contains whatever I need for SAM fluctuators. So SAM, reanimated SAM. Well, I might want to have. I don't have a container marked for reanimated SAM yet. That's going to be the thing I'm going to want to do. So that whole train station now goes to this line. go. Now this go away. Merger there. Bam. So now that means I could restart the train. Everything this train brings is gonna go into this line. Pretty great. That here, that can go away. All of that. So the teal train, which ships oil-based products, is gonna get restarted now. Don't know if I could get ahead of the train here. Don't think my hypertube is fast enough. Not while going. Yeah, I lose a lot of speed when I go uphill in these hypertubes. So the train is way ahead of me now. Yeah. So that actually confirms what I thought of trains being faster than hypertubes in a lot of ways. Okay, so very quickly now, just run to the storage. I want to assign one of these containers to SAM reanimators. Reanimated SAM, I should say. That. That's for circuits, isn't it? Yeah. So that one. Go. Now, yeah, now the reanimated SAM is starting to flow in with the rest of whatever's on the belt. Oh, are my iron plates full? My iron plates are full. That is fantastic news. Okay. Alright, that means we gotta plug this in. Start making room. So it doesn't jam. But now that means the iron plates I was shipping out don't need to be shipped out anymore because we're full. It was this one here. We get rid of that. Go. Everything else can still go in. Oh, I thought it was screws. No, it's plastic. Plastic is getting sorted out here. Go casings and yeah, nothing's even getting through here. Go and then I can throw a whole lot of these really. All of that stuff can go in. Get rid of it. Mercer spheres uploaded. Dimensional. Alright. Oh, alright. Oh, I am hyper focusing hard here. But quite happy with how this is going. Like a lot of the big resources that I need, like Alclad, is filling up very nicely now. That dimensional depot for Alclad, I'll probably move to the other base where the Alclad is made. So it doesn't have to wait for for the train to get here for it to get uploaded. But that's kind of the reason why I wanted to build it this way, so I could just pop in a dimensional depot on whatever I'm missing. Just facing the container of whatever I'm missing and just plonk it in there. That should be a Mark 5 belt, or Mark 4. This can go faster. It's actually quite a sight to see this whole facility kind of sorting itself out. Move that little conveyor here so I could see what overloads next. Just so I can cut off supply of is that I don't need more. Yeah, we are shipping supplies at a decent pace here. We're a bit limited by our conveyor speed, but that was to be expected. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. I am trading convenience for speed here. I'm actually trading speed for convenience of not having to sort all of this out. Start throwing more ACUs in there. Don't care if it clips. There we go. Final smart splitters here are going to be any on the right, overflow. But still prioritize making those ACUs here first, and whatever's remaining chip down. It's gonna take more time, but a whole lot of iron plates here. Okay. Or were these reinforced plates? Probably should have checked. Okay. Who's quartz? Okay, so this train is sorted out. This one isn't. So let's do that. So quite simple. Here, there, there, merger there. Go. Now, silica, crystals, beams, and all of the steel products, really. Shipping right out of there. Although this is quite slow. This is too much. Let's not overload that. Why am I just slightly off? On all of them. Yeah, I can't stack these anymore, it seems. Not with the ground one, not where it is. Do I care? Not really. Just need to get these things to where they need to go. The hell? That. There we go. Oh. I think the Alclad might be full. Alclad is full. Alright, cool. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna disconnect the Alclad from the train station. That's the Alclad, so just get rid of that. Just so I can let the casings finish filling up. Although they should be pretty close to full at this pace. I'm sending a lot of them out. Yeah, they're full. Okay. So that whole line going from the train, and now that train in particular can now be disconnected and stopped. I'm gonna keep it connected. It's all gonna go in the sink. But once the train gets back, I'm gonna stop it. Stop it here. I think it's coming back to right there. That might be it. Ah, no, it's the one going past us to the steel base. All right. Because the other one just left. It's not. It's gonna take a while to get back here. But I know this train can be stopped now. So, it's good. Because now all of the aluminum stuff is just overloading and getting synced. Gulp the coffee as I go. I want to make sure I don't miss that next train. Can I just deactivate the station itself? Can I power it off? No, I can't. The other thing that I'm thinking of is that I want to stop the purple train. I don't want to stop the purple train per se, because I want it to keep shipping silica to the aluminum base. I don't want that base to stop. I just want probably just going to want to kind of alter its route for now, and just keep it shipping the very small route for silica and coal. I should have taken the train. You see? Train is faster than me. Well, the fact that it's braked now means the purple train is coming, so I'm going to turn around. Yeah, there it is. Stop. There you go. Now it's going to keep running just between the two stations that are way up there. Shipping between these two and not coming back to main base. Because it doesn't need to ship anything back to main base anymore. Because the storage is full. Yeah, going uphill the hypertubes are slower than trains. Going downhill they're probably faster. Gravity's helping me here. All of that is empty. All of that is empty. Good. Did I put coal into the storage? Nah, I don't think I need coal in the storage. Although I should have the coal get sent over to get sent down into the sink. So I should empty out this thing. This is the line of screws I should be sending to storage. Good Mark 5. Part splitter, okay. Left output is already overflow. There we go. Help out a decent amount with the flow of screws going in there. I got coal in the aluminum casings really getting thrown in there. It's fine. That just means my casings are full. The coal I never intended to sort out. I just wanted to sink. So, it's good. Still getting linear resources just getting sorted out and filling up the place, which is what I wanted. Steel and the quartz stuff from here is very valuable. And same for the oil stuff down there. We're still shipping at a decent pace here. All of that can go. The other thing I'm thinking of is I'm probably going to want to build like a maintenance walkway kind of thing. Just a maintenance hatch to be able to get in here to Just to be able to switch up the configs of the... do I need to? Not really. It's set now. Only time I need to is if I'm adding more stuff. Arcaterium ingots getting shipped in there too. Yeah, there's quick wire in there. My quick wire shouldn't be. It's starting to get. Yeah, it's not. It's nowhere near full. Oof. Once some of these things on this line are filled up, and they fill up a lot quicker than the quick wire, because quick wire stacks up to 500. That's kind of the problem here. Right now, I don't want to be pushing it any further than it currently is. I could start prepping for other stuff to be shipped in. I mean, the smart plating in here. Go, and then we'll do 5, mark 5, mark 5. Why are they moving so slow? Something wrong with this murder here. Bill. middle there. Go. Right. There we go. Much better. What do we have back here? Fabric. That's there it is. Not full. No, that's rubber. Yeah, fabric is full. Alright, cool. I'm gonna go disconnect it from the train station till everything else is full from that train station. Once everything else is full from that train station, I'll just throw all of it into the sink. Yeah, there's a fabric line right there. Just unplug that. Let everything else shit a little bit faster. So yeah, I was expecting this stream to be a lot of micromanagement, and this is exactly what it is. It's a little annoying, but it ensures I get everything I really need. Still getting a whole lot of aluminum stuff. Morning, JD. Look at that friggin' beauty that I just built. It's an auto sorting storage facility. I got my storage containers labeled with everything I need. And I just throw everything in this container here and it all gets sorted out. It's friggin' amazing. It was a ton of work to get that sorted out, but I'm very happy with how it's working now. And it just rejects some of the stuff that I don't want sorted, like coal and some ingots and like stuff that I really don't need. Well, those I just throw in the sink, in the trash, basically. Get rid of them. So it allows me to keep only the stuff that I want to keep, and it sorts it out. Which I'm quite happy about. I'm in the process of emptying this whole base, basically sorting out all of the resources that it makes until I have full containers of everything. Just to make absolutely sure I don't run out of resources when I rebuild this place, as I'm going to tear it down to the ground. I got screws coming from 2 different sources. Probably shouldn't. So this line here I'm actually going to get rid of. This is coming along quite nicely. I'm just keeping an eye on what overflows. Because the overflow here also means that whatever resource is overflowing might be full or something that I don't want. So this is why I'm keeping an eye here, because once those are full, then I'm gonna stop filling them up. I might need more of these sorting containers. Might have to move the sink over there and have more of these sorting containers kind of lined up over here. Probably going to be a thing I'm going to have to do. That's coal getting sorted in there, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Trying to empty out the coal from the train station. And once I have that, the next step is probably going to be connecting once the coal is done, I'm probably going to want to connect all of the rebar factories, all of my ammunition basically getting built in that little building over there. I'm going to want to ship into here and sort out as well. That and the explosives. Which I'm going to need a lot of, so make absolutely sure I'm making enough. I'm pretty sure I have a full container of nobelisks, but it's a small container, not a big one. I might need to not ship coal down into the sink. I might need to keep making nobelisks. Only got a couple stacks of those. I don't really have storage. So okay, yeah. What that means is well, I have a lot of coal in here in the truck station that I'm just using as a storage bin, really. But what that tells me is I need Plug that in. Now my explosives are also getting sorted in. And it'll make more and more and more and kind of fill it up as we go. A whole lot of those. I only had like 100 in storage, which I need a lot more than that. Like this container needs to fill up basically. Another thing I've been thinking of is that my jetpack. I have space in storage for that, but I don't have any space in... It's not on the train. That is now set for destruction. All of that. Why are the steel pipes not connected? Steel pipes should totally be connected. Don't remember what I'm making with those pipes, but this train also needs to be started. Is it running? I don't remember. I don't think it is. I think I stopped it at the base back there. If I have, I might have to restart it. Disconnect the sink here just to see what overflows. Now that all of the coal that I had to, well, not get rid of, but oh, did I reconnect the coal over to where it should be going to make more explosives? I don't think I did. Yep, I haven't. So dismantle this, dismantle that, dismantle that, and that. Get on the purple train, restart it, restart. Well, it's not restarted, it's just shipping from the two outermost bases. But I wanted to restart shipping coal over here. So I can make enough explosives to fill up the mall. So I'm going to go back to that purple train. I'm going to reset its route to what it should be. Hello, Painter. Your life is just a bad day or a good day, and today's a bad one. Well, I'm sad to hear that. I'm sad to read that, dude. But, I mean, for everybody, every day is either a good one or a sad one. I'm just hoping you recover quickly from whatever it is that's making your day shitty. Man, that hypertube is slow. I'm climbing so much here. I'm losing so much speed. The worst part is, like, all of this, those roads, that base, all of that is not on the world grid either. It's all on the wonky grid from the main base. But I don't think I'm going to I might rebuild this one. The quartz one over there, I'm definitely not going to bother. I don't think it's worth it. And even the coal power one that we passed before, I don't think it's worth it either. I might want to rebuild this one. Might. Even then, I'm not positive. I might just keep it as is. Oh, speaking of which. Okay, quartz mine, aluminum central. I want main basin, west or east? Shit, I think it's west. That's west, so it should be east. And back to aluminum central. Bam. It's going to restart shipping coal over to main base. I'm not bothering rebuilding this place. It's a very pretty little building. I'm kind of happy with it. I don't think it's worth rebuilding just to, just a silica factory, really. Place I go. Because I'm downhill most of the way back to main base, I think I'll be faster than the train this time. Yeah, we can even see the space elevator from here. This game is pretty. So now what I'm going to do instead is whatever overflows from the train stations, I'm going to send straight to the sink without going through the whole like sorting facility thing. I'll just set up a sink right by the station here. Like for the aluminum stuff, I'll just sort of set up a sink up there and just that can go in here. That can go in here. Yep, that'll do. Now instead of having that conveyor lift there, kind of plonk down a sink right here. All of that is getting thrown in there, but the coal is still used. It's still getting shipped out there to make more Nobelisks. I was really low on those bombs. I need more of those. So, well, that whole factory here is gonna get also gonna get destroyed sooner than later. I had forgotten I was just feeding steel tubes to this place by hand. Basically, just to make enough Nobelisks. But what that tells me is I should refill that container full of steel tubes. I believe... Steel stuff? Yes, there it is. Steel tubes. Grab all of those. There we go.
Might actually be easier to join the rebar factory with the train line from there. That conveyor here, basically. Yeah, that's getting thrown back out to this. Okay. Well, they're already merged all in one line. So Shatter Rebar is having issues because I'm not shipping any quartz to it anymore. Isn't it? But I cut off the quartz line. Right here. I did cut off the quartz line. Okay. Probably should not do that. Well, that's going back up, making Shatter Rebar. Now this line here, go go. Now the rebar is getting shipped out all the way back to the sorting facility. Ooh, all right. Well, the reanimated Sam is full, I think. It is. All right. Well, those I'm going to stop shipping. It's right here. It's that one here. Currently getting unloaded. I'm pretty damn sure it's this one. know what? I'm actually going to ride this train because I have an idea. I wanted to ship out fuel as well. Just packaged fuel. Which I've never shipped back to main base, but this time I will. So I'm going to connect it to the train instead of the the reanimated Sam. Now that I know it's full. Yeah, it's right here. So, this line, follow this line. Yeah, it's getting shipped out from here. So instead, I'm just going to disconnect that. Here. There. Don't seem to be producing a whole lot of fuel. At least not enough. How's my power situation right now? Capacity of 4,800. That is not a whole lot. Feels awfully low. It fluctuates a lot. So I'm guessing that my aluminum base generators are not keeping up right now. Oh crap, okay. Well, I just blew a fuse here by removing these two generators. That was a terrible mistake. Start that right away. Yeah, they're kind of turning on and off because not getting enough fuel. We're getting plenty of crude oil. Seems. I might have to rethink this place. So, yeah, right now it's just going in here. So, basically it's going into that container there. Instantly gets thrown in here. So what I want to do instead gonna ship it to there instead. Have that whole container be thrown into the train. Yep, there we go. It's getting loaded on the train. We can see it over there. And actually right on top of the train here. So this railway here is probably going to be the most contentious of the lot. This is the first one I built. And it's pretty awful. And I also would like to have, if I want all of my trains to ship over there, like, this is gonna need some serious rethinking here. So, I'm actually gonna go, I am gonna put the conveyor back on here. Because once it's emptied out all of this reanimated SAM, it's going to start picking up fuel. It's going to start shipping in fuel, which is what I want. This is shipping there's friggin' Caterium ingots, isn't there? I should not be shipping those in. It's right there. I should free up this freight car for something else entirely. I'm gonna stop loading in Caterium ingots from the into the train. I'm gonna restart the train just to ship enough stuff. gonna start taking notes as well on like what I have that is currently full. Instead of just having those steps right above my head, I'm gonna start making notes of what is full. Yeah, because this train, like, I need to be shipping quick wire in a hurry. And I need to be shipping quite a lot of other things. Ace beams, steel pipes, steel beams, like, all of it, really. The train is not here. So it might be shipping. Cool. That's Caterium ingots. I do not want that to get loaded in. That should be something else entirely. I don't know what, but something else. Those Caterium ingots I don't need. And the worst part is I'm shipping them through that freaking conveyor pipeline over there. Like, those Caterium ingots come in from a long way, but I don't need them. As long as I have the quick wire, I'm good. So Steel train doesn't look like it's moving. Why? Did I park it somewhere and forget about it? I might have. This railway is friggin' horrible too. I'm having a thought. Is the... Yeah, that base isn't even on World Grid or even main base grid. It's just on another grid altogether. So it's always going to be... There's always going to be this horrible, horrible looking turn. But... it's there. It's parked right there. Okay. Get this thing restarted. So that one is actually one that's the road is, well, not the road, but the railway is going to get shorter, I think. Probably going to stop it before it drops over there, that last little dip, before it gets to the station here, and build from there into a new station above here. Yeah, those are encased beams, if I remember it right. Shipping out, yeah, quick wire and a bunch of other stuff. Those Caterium ingots I really need to just get rid of entirely. So it's gonna restart shipping stuff back to here, just to fill up the mall storage area. Fuel is finally coming in. Nice. Those modular engines here are not doing anything. Where are they going? that the end of the line right here? Oh, it goes there. It's that line here. Then it goes to here. Which all of that here is getting shipped to the train station. So I could just smart splitter right here. Left side overflow. Start shipping those down there. Modular engines are getting made here, that's fine. More manufacturers, these are heavy frames. Which ones are the one make the automated wiring? That's smart plating. No, more engines. I just blew a fuse. Crap. Okay, so my power grid is not keeping up anymore. I'm putting quite a bit more strain on it. Although this doesn't even need power to operate. Does it? Yeah, no, it's still sorting without power. Why is my power grid not keeping up anymore? All the extra sinks? Or is it, oh, it might be the fuel. The fuel generators are not getting enough fuel because the packaged fuel is getting shipped to here. Probably gonna, okay, so one thing I'm going to want to be doing here, that's a splitter, isn't it? Yeah. No, the extra strain I'm putting on my power grid right now is mostly just reactivating machines that were idle before. Okay, so rubber and encased beams seems to be full. Let's go have a look. Steel beams are almost full. Steel pipes are damn near empty. Encased beams full. Okay, let's start taking notes. Iron plates. So, iron plates, encased beams.
casings, sheets. Sam. Animated Sam. There we go. What else? Rubber. Fabric. Yeah, because I'm shipping a whole lot of, like, space elevator parts. Keep blowing up fuses because of that. Okay. I'm actually gonna have to be mindful of what I ship out here, so that I don't overload the friggin'. So, what's the last thing I added? Because the heavy frames are getting shipped over to here. It's this thing. Okay. I'm gonna stop that. Kick it back on. And now that line of modular engines might trip up the power grid again, but and these guys are basically idling at this point. I'm guessing as soon as they stop idling is when the power grid just goes blam. That also reminds me that I had like a whole lot of batteries going on at the, what's the word I'm looking for? God damn it. Switch that on. So I want to add the, all of these biofuel generators to the normal power grid. Usually my backup power grid, so time to kick in the backup. I'm guessing at the aluminum base, the fuel gens are also burning fuel faster than I'm making it. That's my guess. So the batteries that are out there are probably depleted. So what am I seeing fly by here? Rubber, casings, SAM. Yeah, rubber, casings, and SAM. That's really all of it. The SAM is going to stop coming in at some point because I've stopped shipping it from the other base. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up to the train station up here where the rubber and the casings are getting shipped. And I'm going to stop bringing them down to clog up that train station and kind of
Yeah, so the rubber line that's right here, that I'm going to cut off right now. And then the casings, which are over here, I'm also going to cut off. It's going to keep unloading casings into there for the whatever machines is using casings. But other than that, I want this to clog up. Okay. So that way, at least the machines making the encasings are going to go idle and are going to stop drawing power. I'm going to do the same thing for the aluminum casings and the Alclad over there. Instead of constantly throwing it in the sink, I want those machines to go idle because my power grid can't handle it right now. So I'm going to stop shipping. I'm going to stop sinking those. And I'm just going to let it go idle. I'm going to let it fill up, and then it'll go idle, and then I'll be fine. But look here, yeah. Max capacity. It is fluctuating a lot, so my fuel generators are not keeping up. They're burning fuel faster than I'm making it, clearly. Yeah, so anything that's full now. I'm guessing my iron plates constructors have probably gone idle. I'm hoping. Be down here. Yeah, they're idle now. That's what I wanted. They stopped pulling power. These things, yeah, I'm making modular frames here just to be able to fill that up. For the reinforced plates, I'm going to want any at the right and overflow the middle. I want to prioritize making those modular frames first. Yeah, this is just SAM and more SAM and more rubber. So that's all normal. It's just gonna get synced. Shouldn't be a whole lot of SAM coming in anymore, though. Yeah, it's mostly fuel now. Oh, so every time it loads up on fuel, it takes over before the SAM. So there's still a lot of SAM to unload. Alright. How's the fuel looking? Hey, almost halfway though. It's getting there. We'll fuse again, but it's getting there. Almost hypnotizing seeing the amount of stuff just going through. Especially when it's all random on the belts like this. A little wild. So if I look over here, yeah, it's just SAM and Caterium, really. So that is not a concern. Well, not a concern. Now, I'm hoping to start seeing other stuff here. That means it's full. I haven't even started shipping friggin' copper wire and, like, stuff that really stacks up big. My whole copper factory is probably idle right now. Yeah, reanimated SAM is basically taking the whole top belt almost by itself. Until the train arrives and then it switches over to fuel. It's not shipping a whole lot of fuel at a time nowadays. Okay. Yeah, that power grid shenanigans going now. I'm gonna have to have a good look at. Okay, let's go to the aluminum base. See how our fuel generators down there are doing. I have a sneaky suspicion that they're running out of fuel. So the other thing I might want to do then is all of this extra coal I'm shipping here, I might want to turn it into power. I'm using a whole lot to make bombs for the Nobelisks, but we might want that priority to be coal power instead. Also, at this base that I'm coming up to, yeah, fuse is blown again. At this base that I'm coming up to, I feel like I'm not using all of the coal I have in there. I might just want to plop in a whole bunch more generators here. Yeah, this base is still running. That means the power generated from this is not getting shipped to main base. Oh, I might have severed a link somewhere that I shouldn't have. That would explain why the fuses keep friggin' blowing up. Yeah, because I still have lights here, like, so I still have power. My whole... I might have sectioned my power grid in a way that I shouldn't have. Oh shit, I think I know. It was when I disconnected that train station to plug in a sink. The power that was shipped from here. Yeah, guys, this is green, so this is getting powered. So the only explanation I have is that I've cut off my power grid somewhere. And I'm running on 2 segmented power grids right now. Yep, max consumption 3000. So that means I've cut off my power grid somewhere. That's why I keep tripping the frickin' fuses. Alright, cool. So now we're just gonna follow the wires and investigate, really. As long as I get that consumption at 3000. Crap. Wait. Whoa. Why am I... No, not that. Oh. Alright. Okay. At least I was able to land without killing myself. I guess I'm just gonna have to ride the hypertube over back to the coal power station, see what kind of grid we have over there. Yeah, max consumption 3000. I'm producing a whole lot more than I'm using here. And I've got the batteries too. So I was thinking that those batteries were depleted. No, it's just that power is not getting to the main base. And if that power is not getting to the main base, then we're kind of fucked. Alright, we got ads. So while I ride back to the coal power station, I am gonna go and refill my coffee. I'll be right back.
And we are back. So, if I have a look here. Yeah. So this whole space here, from here, everything that is generated in terms of power in this facility and the other one, I'm generating twice as much power as I'm using. I don't have access to that power at the other base. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go to Hover Pack, and I'm going to follow the lines here just to make sure I haven't severed any. I can actually charge up the other rails. Can I? Switch to the fuel-powered jetpack here. Just because it does move a bit faster. And look at that. Like, because right now the main base is not active. Fuse has been blown. But despite the fuse being blown, this light here is still on. So that tells me, yeah, this is still on the... It's that line here. Oh. That line here needs to be plugged onto that pylon over there. And now the whole thing has been tripped. But I should be able to just switch it back on and be fine now. There we go. Capacity 13.3. Max consumption 12,000. Now that I've got my full power grid back on, things are gonna get a lot easier. Sheesh. I'm gonna keep an eye on here, just to see if there's anything else than reanimated Sam going through. Okay, I'm still seeing all of the steel train stuff coming in at a good pace, and not coming out on this side. There we go. Yeah. Still got like steel pipes and stuff, screws coming in, rebar. I go back up to
where I was before, I could probably reconnect those modular engines as well. Right here. Now that I've got the power grid to do it, well. Now, this is quite the pretty sight. I'm not getting tired of watching this. Was that all of the plastic? Yeah, that might also be why the power grid was putting on some strain, because like the rubber and the plastic and all of that I was not doing much with before. This is completely empty. Yeah. Cables and computers and other such things. These are full, they're not getting unloaded. That's more plastic and fuel. Barely any fuel, barely any plastic. That's a little concerning. Literally, barely any of this is getting shipped. Okay. I think the other thing I'm going to be doing here is this whole copper making facility. So sheets. Yeah, the sheets and the sheets and the wires and the cables. All of that. I think we're ready to send those to the sorting facility. Specifically on this line here. And that's a splitter. Goes to here, so I could merge it up there with cables and with copper sheets. Just no, not that. Upgrade the belts. Upgrade the elevator, and it's right here. So I could send it over. That merger there. And then just throw it in. So I'll just connect everything here. that works. The next up is gonna be this one. There we go, and now we have wires, sheet, cable, all on that conveyor here. Can now get connected to there. That's gonna go get sorted out. Now the next time the train shows up, the lack of fuel I can kind of get because I can't package it super fast. Because I don't have a huge fuel reserve, so my power grid is using so much of it. But the plastic, I should be having tons of plastic, and I don't know why I don't right now. So I'm gonna go back and have a look. Basically just gonna follow up that plastic line and see exactly what's going on there. Feel like I'm dumping some of it into a sink back at the petroleum base, because like I used to have a whole lot of overflow. So I might want to just go and review that part in the middle of the refineries. Might be the resin that I'm dumping though. We're gonna go back down there. I'm gonna check it out. So the plastic is supposed to be this one here. It's that one. Yeah, it's really not coming in very fast. What is going on here? It's coming in very slow because that belt is very slow. A lot of the plastic is getting used to make empty canisters for fuel right now. Okay, I mean, I get it up to a point. There is a bunch of plastics going into a sink here. Okay, I am going to stop that right away. That line right here. That not happening anymore. Not sending any plastic into the sink anymore. It needs to go onto the train. That should be a smart splitter from now on. Any right output overflow. We'll do left output overflow as well. That. We'll prioritize the factory in here, but everything else that's getting made could be out of here. Left output, we're gonna go to none. I'll reconnect this. Go. So now a lot more plastic should be getting here. Because... yeah, the problem is I set up that thing before having access to smart splitters. I'm guessing that's the main reason. Are these biofuel generators hooked up to the main grid? Looks like they are. I've been feeding them biofuel by hand, so... I mean, they're burning fuel. Not a ton, but enough that... Yeah, I am kind of starving my power grid by packaging so much fuel right now. Shoving fuel a bit more that way. It's not chipping in at an incredible speed, but it is going in. Ride the train back here. All right. This is good progress. This is good progress. We solved the mystery of the frickin' constantly tripping power grid. That's a thing. And yeah, these lights, like all of these lights here, those are actually pulling a ton of power that I don't need to be pulling. And even like, I think I need some new railway blueprints that are a lot simpler than what is there. I don't need lights. I don't even need a power line because the rails are actually shipping those lines. The rails are actually shipping that power, as long as I keep the connection to as long as I keep the connection to the power to the train station itself. Like I just kind of Plug that onto here. Yeah, right there. And now, like, power gets transferred through the rail. Like, the rail is actually a power line. I don't need an extra power line here. The only reason why I would want an extra power line is to put on lights. But if I don't put on lights, then I'm good. And just plugging this in actually gives me an extra little backup of little extra bit of redundancy on my power grid. Yeah, and now we have silica. Yeah. Let's go see if anything's overloaded yet of the storage. Oh, I'm starting to see new things here. What are these? We have steel pipes, steel beams. Beams are full, pipes are full. Man, friggin-tastic. There you go. Well, that tells me now is I could go back up to the steel train, stop shipping the pipes and the beams over so that these machines go idle. That way I'll... So, steel pipes, go. The beams are this one. There you go. Quartz and the Caterium and the quick wire is still has a long way to go. But we're making very good progress here. I saw something blue. Was that screws? If it was, I'd be very happy. I saw something blue gonna fly by here. Low light might not be helping. Probably set up a spotlight here, actually. Do like a floodlight. Oh, I think I saw quartz. And that seems to be silica. Do we have full quartz and silica? That'd be very, very nice. Yes, full silica, not full quartz. I thought it was full. Well, we got full silica, for sure. So... casings and sheets, rubber fabric. Got but the silica. That also means that I need to stop shipping silica from the train station just to free up the conveyor and make the machines go idle. So it's that little belt here. I don't know what that silica was used for, but whatever it was used for, I'm going to start reusing it. Just there we go. Let's reconnect that to whatever was going. That'll do quite nicely. My little rebar operation is also running quite smoothly. I have a sneaky suspicion that some of my rebars might be starting to get pretty full. A lot of the Caterium ore now is getting shipped, and a lot of quick wire because there's less stuff on that conveyor belt. Yeah, a lot of the Caterium ingots are making it through now. Yeah, that looks a lot cleaner. Okay. This. Cables, wires, Caterium, fabric, concrete, all of that can go. Nobelisks. So I'll keep a stack of Nobelisks. Stun rebar, sure, that can go. Quartz, that can go. The Caterium ore, get rid of it. There we go. Yep, that's just a whole bunch of steel beams getting thrown in there too. I've stopped shipping beams, so burn through those. Oh yeah, these are the iron plates I had in my pockets. I was wondering where they came from. All right. Yeah, I can actually just fly over and look at which of these little conveyors are full, rather than check the containers themselves. Oh, so the Alclad isn't full. Because I'm using it to build more conveyor belts. And it's getting thrown into the dimensional depots. Okay. That tells me here that this dimensional depot should not be there. It should be right up where the train station is. And ideally it should be at the other base completely, where it's being made. There you go. So I'll keep that in there. I'll keep shipping that in. I'll refill downstairs because of that. Yeah, I was wondering why my outlet wasn't full anymore, because I used it. I used it for a whole bunch of conveyor belts. No, this should be just storage. I don't want it to go... I don't want it to get emptied out due to... I don't even need to keep notes. Now that I'm looking at this, I'm good. All of that I can get rid of. All I have to do is fly over the facility and look at the conveyor belts. Once they're all full, we're good. Like that. You know? And that. And that one. Over here, yeah. These, that's gonna get full sooner, very, very soon. Okay, if I go back here. Density, how's the power grid looking? I'm fluctuating a lot. To the point where my max capacity, my max consumption is exceeding my max capacity still most of the time. But a lot of my machines have gone idle now because a lot of the stuff that requires a lot of energy to make is full. Yeah, and all of the copper stuff is actually filling up decently quickly. Cables and sheets only stack up to 200, so they'll finish up first. Wire is going to take longer. Also, why quick wire is was nowhere near full last time I checked. I have to remember where I've sorted out quick wire. Right there. Yeah, not even halfway. But once all of that, once all of these Caterium ingots are through the system, then I'm going to be shipping basically only quick wire on this line. So that'll fill up pretty fast. There we go. And now my L-clad is back to being full, so I'm going to go cut it off again so it stops clogging the line. Fuel is actually coming along pretty well. More than halfway there. Once I start, like, once I can cut off fuel, there's still a whole lot of outclad coming in, but it's almost done. Basically done. Oh, now it's really just screws and rebars. I was actually wondering about my ammunition here. How's that looking? Almost full? Normal iron rebar. Almost full. The others take a bit more time to make. Specifically the shatter rebar. I'm going through those quartz crystals at quite the pace, it seems. Oh, that line is not connected at all. I was wondering what the hell that was doing there. There. Those are AI limiters, isn't it? Yeah. Those I could totally ship in there. Those machines are going to kick back online, but I'm okay with it. All right. At some point this will be done. You know what? I'm just gonna grab it directly by hand so it stops clogging the frickin' line. So I have like another sink that I could just... I've got a sink facility right here. Just gonna throw in here. Bam. Just get rid of it. Completely get rid of it. Have those AI limiters kind of pop in there just to get rid of them. There you go. So now it's quick wire and quartz really going in here. That's the only thing remaining on the line. Go. Ooh. Seems to be quartz going through here. Are we full on quartz? We are. Anything else? Anything else new? No, but we're full on quartz. That means we could stop shipping quartz from here. I'll free up the line for more quick wire. That line's basically exclusively becoming quick wire now. Which, it stacks up to a lot, so... Okay, so what I think I'm going to be doing instead of... Once the quick wire fills up, which it should fill up fairly quickly now because it's got a dedicated line, then I'm going to start shipping the copper stuff on this line. Plastic is almost full though. Getting there. We're getting there. Plastic's almost full. Nice. All right. I'm never gonna get tired to looking at this. Clearly. Look at that quick wire just filling in now. Oh, that's nice. I'm wondering here. No, surface of the belt is still black. Kinda hoping I could make it white just to see some stuff a bit better. But it's not how it works, clearly. Go. I might want to separate the copper wire instead of shipping it on here, but I think what I'm going to do instead is I'll keep the copper stuff on that line over there. But rather than merge it, bring it over like that. I'm gonna have a merger here, that line. So now the plastic and the fuel are gonna get merged with the quick wire here, and all of the copper stuff basically got its own line. Rubber is still getting used somewhere in the base, so I'm gonna restart shipping it there. But that is just go. Go, plastic, fuel. I'm pretty sure plastic's almost full. So yeah, it's really close to full. Couple more shipments and maybe even this shipment might make it full. I'm not making those yet, so that's fine. There we go. This is going quite nicely now. Grooves are almost full as well. That's really good. Pretty sure I'm not shipping computers yet. Pretty sure I'm not shipping circuit boards. So those are going to be kind of... Once QuickWire is full, basically, that's going to be the next step. And I'm thinking iron rods are probably... Yeah, iron rods are going to take a while. Probably going to want to look at making more, because I'm making some here. That line here. Okay. So. There we go. Start shipping out a whole lot more iron rods. I want that to fill up nice and fast. Now that's filling up. Nice. Yeah. These are full, these are full. Solid biofuel. Yeah, I haven't shipped any solid biofuel at all over here, and I don't think I will. Smart plating's coming along nicely. Yeah, same for the rotors, the motors, the stators, that's all. Well, the motors are taking their sweet time. Smart plating machines. Motors is this one, I think. It's not getting. There's no steel pipes coming in anymore. Where are those supposed to be coming from? That way. That line here, yeah, they're getting shipped from the train. They should be getting shipped from the train, but they're not. Guessing I must have cut it off when I didn't mean to. start shipping steel pipes that way. That's why the motors were... The stators were taking their sweet time. Because... didn't have anything that could, there we go. Now the stators are getting made. They're now then shipped to here to make motors. Yeah, I was running out of stators because I was running out of steel pipes, so the motors were not getting made at all. What are they used for? Modular engines. Should have a good look at my modular engines factory just to make sure. I think that's the line going for the modular engines. Yeah, that's the line going to the modular engines. Okay. Rubber? Not a rubber. Didn't I mean, it's there. It's just coming in very, very slowly. There we go. Yeah, so now it's getting everything it needs to make more of those modular engines so I could have a good stockpile of those. Cables are now full. Nice. Okay. Let's go disconnect that from the line. Right here. I think it's this one. Where's the let's plug it in. Oh, it's the same. Okay. That should go in a lot faster. There we go. Well, now copper wire is getting shipped out a lot faster, as it should.
Hello there.
Hello there. Carmelian. Hi. I hope you're having a good day. Man, I can't thank you enough for the support. You've been here almost every stream for a while now. I appreciate that. I'm just glad you're hanging out, really. Okay, so the cables are now full, so I can now cut that line off. Let that stuff ship instead. There's an awful few of the copper sheets getting pushed through, though. What is going on here? They're super slow. That's what's going on. We're in phase 3. Nice. I'm looking at a full rebuild. This base is way too much of a mess. And woefully outdated, as you can see here. So you're rebuilding too? Yep. Oh yeah, I feel that pain. I'm just upgrading basically every conveyor in sight just to try to make things go a little bit faster. Done some walls, second floor, nice. That is solid work. All right, I'm just gonna hop in here. Let's go back to my hub, and then from there I'm gonna go back to my storage. Gotta automate everything again. Yeah, I hear you. I've automated storage mostly, because before I burn this thing to the ground, I want to make sure I have enough resources to rebuild. So what I'm doing here, that's an automated sorting facility that I've made. So everything kind of jumbled up in here. Like, I don't care. I'm just shipping it and merging lanes as much as I don't care. Just throw everything. And then it sorts itself out into all the different boxes. Using a lot of smart splitters. And basically, I've also labeled every box with whatever's inside. And just to make sure it doesn't get clogged up, if a box is full, like let's say the screws are full right now, okay? So if there's more screws coming in, and we can see there's a few more screws coming in, they just go through the whole thing and then straight into a sink. So that way they don't clog up the line, they just... And yeah, I've made a blueprint for that. It's not too bad. It's really just like, you gotta have basically storage container, smart splitter, and then storage container. And then you say overflow in the middle, and then whatever you want to sort on each side. And then next one is two different things, next one is two different things, and then I just do a whole facility like that with everything that I want to keep. It's pretty simple. It's a bit time consuming, but it's pretty simple. And then you basically have... I've got a big old storage container here in the beginning where I could just drop whatever I don't need and just kind of throw it in there without even sorting it. But if you made a blueprint for it, I mean, you totally can. If you look here, like that's my blueprint. Everything that's in orange, that's my blueprint. And I just stacked a whole bunch of those. Kind of in a snake pattern, so that you can keep adding to it if you need to. Like the other way that I could have done it would have been to stack on top of it instead of snaking it like this. But like if I need to add more, I'm probably just gonna put like some elevators at the end here on those and make a second floor of that and just keep sorting stuff that way. So that gives me like a big old kind of ready-made mall, really. A big old storage space where I could grab everything I need. So plastic is full, screws are full, or getting through. Obelisks! Ooh, are my explosives full? Nice. They are full. You can see it on the conveyor there. Boom. Yes. All of my bombs. Because the facility that's currently making the Nobelisk bombs, which is right here, it is gonna get demolished pretty damn soon. So there we go. I'll throw that back in the... So now that means that I can cut this thing off with coal. I was shipping a whole lot of coal to it from this train. I'm going to cut that line off. And, well, dump the coal somewhere. Probably in a sink. That's only going to be when I'm ready to demolish this place. And once I've demolished this place, what's gonna happen is because I've got 4 big train stations. I've got 2 over there, and I've got 2 over here. I'm gonna rebuild all 4. Right over there. Basically above the big storage facility that I have. So that I can have one output of each of my trains, each of my freight cars going into the mall here. Like all of the overflow is going to go into the mall to get sorted out. So that way I always have those reserves. Yeah, okay. The other one that I was shipping down there that is now full is screws. So let's go ahead. Where am I shipping screws from? Up there. Yeah, it's this one. So I could just cut that one off. Very quiet. I mean, my volumes tell me that I'm normal volume, so it might have been that the microphone was a bit too far away from my face. That could have been it. Okay, so there we go. I am quite happy with how this is going. Okay. Yeah, plastic full, fabric full, rubber full, bombs full. That one I haven't... I mean, I've assigned it to something I'm not going to ship in here yet. Heavy frames coming along decently. Fuel almost full. Reinforced plates, not bad. Those are like... Yeah, this is fancy stuff. The versatile frameworks, I haven't even started shipping here. Modular engines, almost halfway. That's coming nicely. ACUs take time to build, though. These are unused containers. That's the Alclad. That's the aluminum stuff. Alright, so the versatile frameworks, I should probably have a look at where these are getting made. And look at starting to ship those over. Yeah, these two are already going down to the storage facility, so that's fine. Versatile framework, that's made in an assembler. Steel beams and... Oh, I might have... Did I cut off the supply of steel beams when I stopped? That could be... That could be a thing. What are you making? Smart plating. Rotors, that's smart. If that's smart plating, where are the frameworks? Yeah, that's motors. Those big manufacturers here, and what about you? I think it's you. No, those are modular engines. Where the hell am I making frameworks? I got through that phase. Did I just stop making them completely? Did I just destroy that part of my base? Automated wiring. Okay, there we go. That's a start. Go. Okay, and the wiring is going here, down to here, over there. Ah, it's being used. That's why I don't have any. It's being used to make more modular engines. Or those are ACUs actually. So these are kind of the big point of contention is the ACUs. I'm not making a whole lot of them. But I am going to have to choose to cut off. Oh, Quickwire's full. Nice. That was a big one. That kept friggin' clogging the lines so damn much. Because Quickwire is 500 per stack. Which is an insane amount. So now I can cut off the Quickwire from here. What are you making? Yeah, limiters. That needs Quickwire. Okay. There we go. I'm going to throw some Quickwire that way. So these machines can restart. Because the AI limiters I know are not full, so I'm going to want to throw a decent amount that way. Pretty sure I'm already shipping those back to storage anyways. Also, I'm out of music. Oh wow, I just saw what time it was. Ooh. Yeah, I should probably end stream. I've been very focused. But it's time for me to go to bed, really. Once the ads are done. Yeah, the first half of the storage is almost completely full. Probably going to want to look at trying to get more copper wire out there. There we go. That'll do. Now that whole storage here is going to get thrown in there. That should do pretty well. Anyways. Let's go back to our beautiful little thing here. Welcome back from the ads as we look upon the new spine of our new base, really. Yeah, this is going to be the ending shot for today's stream. I'm seeing what time it is. I should really get going. So, that was a whole lot of fun. That was very, very productive. I'm quite happy with how this has gone so far. I think next stream we're going to be just about ready to start demolishing, really. Just insane to think of having a single stream of prep. But hey, I'll take it. So, we're going to be ending here. And I'm going to look for a friend to raid. Oh, come on, Twitch. You can load. You can do this. I mean, I guess Triple is streaming at this point. She probably is. If not, I'd be stunned. Let's go see Jimothy. Jimothy raided us not long ago. So let's go see Jimothy. He's playing PUBG right now. And he's a good friend of mine. He's been very supportive for quite a while now. Very good friend from the land down under. You can even make him flip his camera the right way. Upside down. So, make sure to take advantage of that. Say hi to Jimothy for me. Take care, everybody. And tomorrow we're playing Battletech. That's going to be a lot of fun. Take care. I'll see you soon.